Okay, should hopefully be good. Also, do I need to turn my audio up? No, I think I'll be all good. Now is my audio working? I don't know. Well, actually, yeah, things are popping up, so that usually means it's working. So, new game, hard, and this time, my mouse is actually gonna work. Well, it was working before. It's just I found I need to put raw mouse input on. But now I can actually look around while we go through the place. I think. Game. Hello. Okay, all good.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black
That's
Mesa
loud.
Transit System. This automated train is provided for the comfort and convenience of Black Mesa.
That is very loud. I'm going to assume it's very loud for other people, so I'm just gonna turn all these down a little bit. And it's mainly just the tram thing. Also, the health is different as well, or a different color at least. I don't think the other one was blue. Pretty sure it was red. Well, it wasn't red. Either way, I know it wasn't blue. So there's another thing down there. What is that? Oh, that's just like the energy thing. This is different to all the other, to the other place as well.
Area 8 topside dormitories to the Central Transit Hub in Area 9.
What do we got in here?
Please
Just a
keep your
fan.
limbs
Okay.
inside the train at all times.
Got some other people, some
Do not
scientists
attempt to open
walking
the doors
around,
until the train is
people doing washing,
at the station platform. In the
and
event
the
of an
door.
emergency, passengers are to remain seated and await further instruction. If it is necessary to exit the train, disabled passengers should be evacuated first. Please stay away from electrified rails and proceed to an emergency station
You
until
know,
assistance arrives.
I feel like having that door won't stop the dude from the end of the main game.
If your intended destination is a high security area beyond Sector C,
That's just,
you will
I don't know,
need to board
a little feeling I
high
have.
security train at the Central Transit Hub.
I got a food area, got some tacos, some pizza. That's all I can really see for the moment.
To Black Mesa personnel for processing before you will be admitted to the high security branch of the transit system. If you wish to transfer to the Sector B
I got
or C medium
a
security
crosswalk as
branches,
well.
you may do so before you
Of course, we
reach the
gotta
Central Transit Hub
let the
at the
people
Area
cross.
9 security checkpoint.
Which one are they working on?
Access to the medium security branch of the transit system
No idea,
is for
science stuff.
employees of the Black
Why does
Mesa
it switch from being to the top to going,
and
pulling or
authorized
pushing from the
visitors
bottom?
only.
Bottom?
Requires
Bottom.
that you wear your security badge at all times.
And what's this? Security checkpoint area 9. Am I allowed in area 9? Or am I beyond you guys? Hey, sir.
Calhoun,
Hey.
looks like we're in for a long day today. Have a good one, Calhoun.
Oh, so it's just a checkpoint. They go there, they see who it is, and then go from there. I see.
The Sector C line of the transit system. This is a medium security area of the Black Mesa facility. Be sure to wear your identification badge at all times.
Do I have it on? Oh god, no, I'm yawning. I don't know if I have it on. I can't see my body. I'm just a floating head. Preservation of facility, equipment, and materials. Noted. Person, where are you going? Oh, you're getting in anything as well. Can I see him get in?
Now arriving at Area 3 security facilities.
I want to see the person get in. Now, what happens if I just don't get off? I guess theirs doesn't move if I don't get off, maybe? Is theirs gonna come this way? I don't know why I'm so invested in seeing this person on the train. It's just... I don't know. I want to. Hey, sir. How's it going? So where are you? So where are you off to? He's twitching. I'm gonna leave him alone. Don't mess with twitching people.
Hold on a minute. The door's not responding to your pass ID.
Why not?
See if I can get it open on this side.
Okay. Nope. You can't do it either. I'll just hide over here. And he opens it. You never know where I am.
Okay, I think I got it.
Oh, so I have to still open the... Where am I, sir? Boo!
Sorry about
Ah.
that, Calhoun. We've been having problems all over the facility this morning. System crashes, security malfunctions. It's a wonder this whole place hasn't shut down yet.
So I guess multiple people know me then. At least a lot of the security people seem to know me. I guess I've been here for a while. Hey, sir.
Sorry, Calhoun. I'm on duty.
Okay.
Calhoun, you know you can't go on duty without your sidearm and uniform.
I'm sorry. Can I get a drink? No. Can't get a drink. Okay. Can get this though. Don't really need because I already have full HP. So I guess we'll just go downstairs. And what do we got down here? This where I get my stuff?
Nice
Sir,
of you to
sir.
show up this morning, Calhoun. Yeah, I know. Problems with the access system. Hope you're ready for a long shift.
I'm not. How can I touch your... Okay. So how can I open it from there? I got some health in here. How are you going, sir? Okay, I'll leave you be. I'm guessing this is mine. Yep. And... Yes, that's everything. Out of so... Ooh, I can actually use a toilet. I can't close the toilet behind... Why is there a photo of someone in there? I see a photo. Can I open this one? Nah. Damn it. Oh, I see why it's out of service. Okay. Guess I'll move on. Shower? Nope. Okay, guess I can't shower either. Well, if I need health,
Now what?
at least I know where to go.
Some people are having problems with the main access lift in Section G. Why don't you go over there and see what you can do?
Oh, I need to go to the armory, unless this is the one you're talking about. Authorized person. I'm authorized. Oh, I actually am authorized. Beep boop boop. Beep beep boop. Oh,
Good morning, Gordon.
that's cool. We can see Gordon. Wait, was he on the thing behind me? Oh. Was that not? Oh, that's someone over there shooting. What about over here? Person taking the crystal that went into the big beam thing. What about over here? Yeah, that's all of them, I think. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. Oh, out of here. And let's go. Let's go the actual way this time to the armory. Oh, there's the thingy. Wonder if I'll actually be able to use doors a bit more now that I have the authorization thing. Hey, so I need a gun. Give gun.
How's it going?
Good. Give
There
gun.
you go, Calhoun.
Thank you, sir.
I know you're not on the schedule for a couple more days, but if you want to squeeze in a few shots in the range, there's plenty of room.
Let's give it a try. Let's see how we do. Free ammo. I'll take. No one needs this ammo, right? Okay, let's see how we do. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. I feel like I did pretty well. Okay. Oh, I will be off now. Thank you for the bullets. You know, you can't complain with free ammo. Okay, I guess we head back up now. Also, I feel like I shouldn't be walking around with a gun. I feel like I should maybe be able to hold out my hand. It's fine. They won't care. I think we're gonna go back up here as well. So now I should be allowed in here, right? Thank you, sir. Yes, so it seems like even before the weird thing happened with the crystal, they were having problems in this place other times as well. Which you think if you're having heaps of problems, maybe just delay it a little bit? But I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Can I go through here? I can't. So where am I actually heading to?
If you're waiting for the tram to Sector G, then you're probably better off walking it. I overheard someone say that all the trams on this end of the facility are having problems.
Damn it. Oh, I guess... What was that noise? I heard a giant explosion. That must have been the thing going off. The giant crystal. Maybe. Oh. Don't want to go down here. I want to go through here. Hello? Oh, this takes me under the thingy, I think. Okay, that doesn't explode. I thought it may have been an explosive barrel. Apparently I was wrong. Yeah, can't open that either. Anything hidden under there? Nope. Ah! My favorite. Dark corridors. Nothing bad ever happens in a dark... Oh, never mind. It's not actually that long. But still. Nothing bad ever happens in a long, dark corridor. Where all the best things happen. Okay, can I cross? Yeah! Wonder if he planned for the explosion. It said I hit him. Yeah, I wonder if he's the one who made the thing explode. Because, you know, he was able to teleport me to the other things. I think he may have. I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Where do I want to go? This way. Because that's the tram, so... Ooh!
Well, it's about time. We don't pay you people to mosey around at your own convenience. Make this thing work so we can get on with this miserable day.
I'm sorry, the tram wasn't working. Why are you Why? Stop twitching. Please. Calm down. It's fine. It's just an elevator. And
Probably those anomalous materials people again. Always pushing their equipment too hard, dabbling in who knows what. I'd be surprised if there's one good brain among them.
and now it's started working or stopped working. You stop twitching. Yes, they don't like the motion of the elevator. Who knows? Oh, now we are stuck. Before we could have at least jumped out the window into an area. Now, never mind. It's working again.
My goodness.
This isn't good. So I'm guessing this is when it really went bad. Oh yeah, this is... Oh. Oh, sir. No, the thing's not even... Oh, no, I was gonna say it's not even zapping him. It zapped him. Run, sir, run! Oh. Oh. You good, sir? It's fine. Think of it as an amusement ride. You know, apart from maybe you could die. Then again, on amusement rides you can die. Just less likely than with all this going on. Well, I guess we're into chapter 1. Does he taste good, thingy? I don't know what they actually are. I just think of them as weird alien dogs. Oh, it's done. I'm surprised it didn't attack me. Can I just raise? Yes, I can. Surely there's something good. Gotta be something good amongst the stuff. Please, no! Okay, they're around the corner. Oh, there's one down there as well. There we go. Okay. Let's continue checking out all the boxes. My god, there's so many boxes. Now, what is the right way to go? Down here? No. Okay, so up here is the right way to go. Wahoo! Ooh, ammo. Now, as usual, I'm gonna continue breaking the boxes because I'm getting something from them. Some of them. But, you know, it's better than nothing. Now, can I break these as well? Yeah, I can, but I don't know if there's much point. I did it. I disconnected the power. Does the door open now? It does. That's all you gotta do. Just break a power box and bam, you're in where you want to be. Wait, they died? Oh. Okay, I'm guessing I don't want to touch whatever that is, so do that. Hey, buddy. What do I got in here? Buddy? How come I wasn't shooting him? I think he was on. Okay, up here. No head crabs. For the moment. Hey, sir. Can I have it? Oh, I better turn mine off.
How did you get through the power lock? Well, it doesn't matter.
I blew things
The only
up.
way out of here is through the canal. If you do make it to the surface, don't tell anyone I'm down here. I think they're trying to kill us all. Now get out of here. The canal is where you want to be.
How did he already know? How did he already know they were trying to kill him? Now, where am I actually trying to crawl to?
Please leave me alone. I don't want them to hear us. If you want to escape, go through the canal.
Where is the canal? is my question, sir. Ow! Through here? Was I meant to? No, surely not. Do I maybe wanna? No. Now could we go back up? Try shooting at it from up here. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, that's what I was meant to do. I probably also could have not jumped off there and just gone down there. Probably would have been a smarter idea, but who needs smart ideas when you can just do things the hard way? I mean, as long as they works. Whether it's easy or hard, that's another story. Oh, no! 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 Maybe I should have added a death thing for this one. And I could still add a death counter. But yeah. Game. Why did the game crash? Because I died? Hopefully that doesn't happen every death. Hopefully it's one of those where it's just, you know, sometimes you die and it crashes. For an unknown reason. Oh, load game. Where did it give me a save? I'm guessing maybe after. Oh, once it came through here. So maybe once I blew up the thing. Not that way. Not that way. Not the good way to go. This time, actually staying on it. Yeah, maybe I should be more patient. I thought, I pressed the button and something didn't happen instantly. Maybe it's not working. Might have to turn that down a little bit. Very loud gunshots. Okay, let me really see if there's anything over here. Why did I walk over that way? Why did I think it would be a good idea? Why did I think anything good would come out of it? And there's another one too. Close the door. Just close the damn door. You know, how about we... That one doesn't open. Is it open now? No. Do I need to deal with these things? Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Can I now go through the door? Oh. No. It was only this one. Oh, it's just no access. Can I open? Hello? That's tunnel access. It said you would. What if I just hit it? Oh, now it's opening. Thought hitting stuff would have solved my problem. No, stay back. Hey, buddies. These ones aren't actually that bad. Because they do that, but they run away before they actually do it. So they don't actually hurt you. Yeah, anything in these? It's looking like a no. Health. Enemy. Okay. Oh. Another one on you. Okay. What do these do? I gotta hold it. we go. Oh, I just want to make a way of me to be able to get up there. I see. And that one, like... there? Nope, lower. Oh, I guess I need to send it the whole way down. Because I guess this one being lower is different to the other one being at its lowest. I'm assuming, which I was correct. Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting there from here. I guess I can lift this one up a bit. Just so I can be able to get onto the boxes. I'm assuming, maybe. Like that, maybe? That good? We jump onto here. And, oops. Jump up here. Okay, I can still go a little bit higher. Like that, maybe? Wait, technically push this out a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now let's... and... okay, I can still go a little bit higher. Is that maybe good? Okay, that's too high. Nah, okay. A little bit lower. No, please let me up. Please. Still no. Surely that's good enough. Maybe. There we go. Okay, this one needs to be a little bit higher as well. Like that. Should hopefully be good. Maybe. And yup. And no! Please don't tell me I'm gonna have to go through all of that again. And get the heights right. Okay, but I think I may have needed to put it a little bit higher. Don't tell me the game's gonna crash again. From me dying. No, what is going on? It spawned with me shooting. It wasted so many of my bullets. I'm gonna quickly load game. Load. There. I don't want to lose all of my bullets. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay. Now we go. That and what was it to change between them? Was it R? No. E. T. Wait, what? Area. Oh. Oh yeah, I remember this. And there we go. Oops. Break all these, because I know one of them gave me something. I think. Well, apart from those two, I think something else gave me something. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Okay, I do have to do this again, though. So. This needs to come down. About there-ish. This one needs to come down a little bit as well. To probably about there. Ish. You know, you can't be more specific than there-ish. Almost fell off. Now, I'm gonna quickly save game. Save. And now for full, I at least have a save. Which, I'm thinking I might just have to set it up a little bit higher. Let's... that should hopefully be enough. So, boop. And then, boop. And then, boop. And up. No. Still not high enough. I guess I could go quite a bit higher, to be fair. I also don't know why it spawns me in with me holding down the left click. It doesn't matter too much. There. I think I can still make that jump. And it should be close enough to the thing. Damn it. It should be close enough to the thing as well. Whoop. And whoop. Yeah. I couldn't possibly fall from here. Famous last words. It was worryingly close. What's happening? Let's not talk about it. Okay, I don't think there's anything over that side. Doesn't look like there is. So I'm just gonna get in here. More of them. No, please. Please leave alone. Please. How many are there? Just 2 of them? I really hope it's just 2 of them. Is that all of you? Hello? No, there's more. There's more. There's more. There's more. Ah, there's behind too. I'm not safe anywhere. Options, audio, sound effect volume, down a little bit, MP3 volume, down a little bit too. Apply, okay, save game, save, because I'm honestly surprised I didn't take damage there. Or take more damage, sorry. This is still hard, right? I'm pretty sure I pressed, if I go save game. Doesn't say what thing it's on, but I did it on hard. So I'm pretty sure I did it on hard. I pressed hard, but the way they're hitting me, I'm thinking it's maybe not. So I kind of can't be bothered to change now, because I don't want to have to go through all this again. Now he said the canal is my only way out, didn't he? The what's his name? I'm gonna save game here, just to be safe, because I have 2 ideas. Well, one I want to click. Oh, well, that through here takes me to this area. Anyway, my first plan, in the first place, was to. Which it does work. Whee! Doesn't quite work. What do we got in here? This, which lets me jump into here. Surely I can fit through the gap, fit through that area. Surely. Can I go up this? Okay, well we can't go up this. At least not yet. So I'm guessing I want to maybe go back into the area up here. and turn something on that will let me use that elevator. Maybe. What does this do? Was maybe to turn that off? Turn it on? Whatever I did. I can't change whatever I did now. So... I didn't mean to jump down here, but... Ooh. Can go over this way. Also could go above the water over to there. So let's go with that one. Try that. Woohoo! Oh, I could have crawled down from up. It's fine. Wait, did this turn that on? No. Turns the one up there off. And the one up there turned this one off. So I can get a shot. No, stop. Stop. Why is that happening? I pick something up and I load in, and it's just automatically left clicking with it. Okay. I'll have to be careful with that. Okay. Get my health back up to 100. And this one's already empty. What's that doing? Oh. Great. Great, yes. I got one down. The more I can deal with before I get over there, the better. I think it's only those two I have to actually deal with. Okay, now I think that elevator back there should work. I don't know why I can't crawl down it. Or go down it, sorry. Anyway. Yeah, I should be able to use the elevator over here now. I'm assuming. Maybe. Still no. Huh. So what did I actually do? Or was it, hey Deds, how are you going? Oh no. Not low. Options, mouse. Oh. I have to click all the way down because I can't drag it, I guess. So how come this one was already at 3 but the other one was, I don't know. Anyway. Down low. Resume game. Turn mine down to low. And actually, let me get my timer as well. Doing good, what about you? I'm doing pretty good. I don't think what I've been doing. I mean, I went through like the last 2 days. I've been going through Little Nightmares to try and get all the achievements, but I've decided I'm not going to go for the last one that I need because it's too hard. Yeah, apart from that, I haven't really been up to much. Well, apart from going away as well. Now, timer, that's what I was up to. That's what I was doing. Timer, 5 minutes, 30, and there we go. I never finished that one, because never got the DLC. Yeah, the only one that I am not doing is the down hard to the core, strong to the core, or something like that, because you got to beat the game in under an hour and without dying. And I know that I'm going to die from a thing that is decent ways in, and I'm also not confident with myself making jumps in that game. Can I go through here? No. See, I'm not going to do that one. Because I know it's going to take way too long for me to try and actually do it. Go on. Turn! Turn! Okay, so I come into here. And it sends that down. Can I send it back up? Okay. how am I going to get that one down there to work? But if you're still planning to play the DLCs at some point, I would also recommend. They are quite short though. I think between the... well, I guess they're not that short. And I've also played them before, so I know what I'm doing. But they only took me about... I think an hour each. I think. Which I can't actually remember how much they are, to be fair. God, I'm gonna get an arm workout. Wait, do I actually even need to go down here? I don't know if I do. But come on. I'll play them, just a matter of getting them. Yeah, that's fair. I think I just got them at one point because they're on sale. Did buy Diablo 2 Resurrected yesterday because it's on sale. How much is Diablo 2? I guess even just normally. God. Come on, turn. Why won't you turn? My mouse stopped working. I think it has. Why? There we go. Okay, it's working again. I got scrambled. Yeah. When I actually set this thing up, I didn't think about how low the sensitivity would actually be. Then again, the sensitivity being low is different for each game, but I'm also scrambled in what to do. Come on. I mean, I know I can't go through there, but I will quickly save game, because what if I can? No, as soon as you walk into the room, you get killed. Come on. We'll get there. I mean, I feel like this has got to be where I got to go. It's just I don't know how to get it actually working is my problem here. Don't work. I mean, I heard a noise. It was a noise that's gonna help me, but it was a noise. It was a, hey Poogie, how are you going? Your camera's dying. Oh no. I think I know why. Okay, give me a quick second. I know why it's happening. Because I have a USB hub. Sometimes playing with the other things can mess with the other things that are using it, if that makes sense. So quickly wait for this to finish, and then I'll try and figure it out. But I'll figure out what I gotta do at some point. Maybe I've done everything I can in this room, so I feel like it's probably not in here. But yeah, how are you going, Pookie? I guess, how have you been? I don't think there's anything for me to do down here, but maybe there is. Turn. Come on. Oh, I was gonna say I don't think I can get out, but I can. I can just bob. Okay. Well, that just takes me back into the air, and that one just takes me up. Okay, well, there's that. So let me quickly fix my camera. Go to here and unplug that, and then plug it back in, and then boop. Nope, that's even. Oh no, still not good. Still not good. One more second. Is slow sensitivity looks painful? Yeah. I think it also just depends on the game. Because some games have better or different lows. So it definitely depends on the game. Is it good now? I think it's good. It looks okay. Now come back over to here. Come back into here. Let me know if it's good. It should be good. Oh no, not the high sensitivity now. No. And the game crashed. Yay! Fine? Okay. Oh yeah, I also got a my graphics card yesterday. So I'll just have to order everything else and then I'll be all good. Load game. Over to here. Okay, let's figure out where I gotta go. I was gonna quickly change it to high. So let me get out of this hole. We'll get out of there. And options. Mouse. Pump it up to 20. Put my DPI on my mouse up. Oh god. What GPU did you get? I mean GPU. I got the RX 6600 XT. So it's a Radeon GPU. This isn't much better. This isn't much better at all. 50 feet. There's got to be something I can do. Surely. Like I know I can't go through there. There's a broken door here that I can't go through. Oh god. Can I interact? Can I interact with it? No, I can't interact with that. Good to know. Good to know. I've already done those two. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna have me interact with anything. This, I've already tried. Can't interact. If I just try and interact with everything, it's eventually gotta work, right? I'll also get to where I need to be at some point. Don't go down there. Let's just jump in the water real quick. Anything down here, actually? Actually, I guess there is the thing in this place. There is a thingy there. Let's try going up that thing. Maybe I can reach it. I mean, it's the only thing I can't... Well, I haven't done. Okay, aim that way, and then... Yeah, I'm thinking I'm also... Okay, I can't reach that. Drainage canal. I mean, I think that's where I gotta go. Maybe. Where do my bullets go? I don't know how I'm gonna reach that. If I even can. I mean, if it's even possible that you can go up there. I don't know if it is. But it's the only thing I can think to do. Please go up. Okay. Where have... Huh? I really don't know what else I could do. There's got to be something here. Surely. Because I know it's not through there. I feel like it's just not. Also, let me know if things are a bit loud, because this water noise is very loud for me. Where am I? Okay, go up here. Hit it. Hit it and it will work. Is it working? Still not working. I feel like I shouldn't be this confused. I'm not that far in. I mean, I guess what I'm learning from this is I wouldn't be very good in an emergency situation. I'm very confused. I mean, the thing is, doing this didn't do anything. It just brought down some enemies. There's a warning on that. What does it say? Explosives. Oh, and there's still an enemy over there. Can I blow it up? Okay, no. Let me quickly load game. Go to an earlier one. Okay. What? Where is my normal gun? I guess load game earlier. What? I swear I had more bullets than 0 when I got to. Huh? Because I used these normal. Because I used normal bullets to take down the dudes. I don't know. I'll just go to this one, I guess. I'll figure something out. Oh, there's bullets there. That's probably how I had bullets. That would make sense. Okay, we bring them down. Yeah, I'm guessing maybe because the last one isn't dead. Maybe that's why it wasn't working. I just want to blow up the box. Why is the box not exploding? Explode! Explode, box, explode! Turns out 17 shots doesn't explode a box. Also, I forgot to actually set the timer. I'll do like 2 minutes 30. Yeah, have you been up to much, Pookie? And I guess have you played much Diablo yet? Deads? Or Diablo 2, sorry. Or the remake. I guess, can I shoot it from here? I mean, with the sensitivity, probably not, but if I just sit here and shoot it, can I at least get it to explode? Okay, I'm thinking I can't get it to explode with explosives. It doesn't explode from explosives. Noted. Load game. Over here. And here. There are no coincidences, Master Oogway. I mean, if Master Oogway says it, it has to be true. He would never say anything that is false. I haven't played it yet. Did beat the original recently. Okay. I guess, did you enjoy the original Deads? Okay, maybe this time, if I take out all of them, it'll be good. And it'll work. Ow, that hurty. No, not today. Okay, what if we... Ugh. Did it hurt him? Maybe. Ow. I swear I put this on hard, but they're hitting like it's not hard. They're hitting like it's on easy. What's going on? Yeah, they're only doing like 10 damage. I'm so confuzzled. Come out. Come on. Aim. I didn't hit it, I don't think. Can I hit him? Well, now I can set it back to 3. Now it's gonna feel so low. Okay, resume game. Set this down by 1. Okay, there we go. Now. Oh no, I'm out. I'm out, no! I just gotta be missing something, surely. I don't think it would be that there's one left there. But it was like that with another thing. I'm just gonna do a test. So, load game. Over here. Load. Start playing Fallout 3. Fallout 3 seems good as well. Yeah, I want to go through 3, 4, and New Vegas at some point. Whenever I get around to it. Okay, there's ammo. Do that. I've redone 1, 2, and tactics. Okay, how is 1 and 2? Because I've seen it's more of the old top-down. Oh, stop. Yeah, this actually feels very slow after having it up so high. Yeah, let's try this now. Okay, we got 6 bullets to try and hit the other one. Yes. I'm out. Why did you run back there? Thank you. Ow. Come back out here. Please. Stop running back there. I need you out here so I can shoot. Please. Hello? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's... I feel like that's not what I gotta do. I mean, having more bullets would probably help. Would be a good start. They're different and harder. Still fun though. Just gonna know what you're getting yourself into. Fair. Yeah, before I played it, I'd probably at least research a little bit about how it is. I'm gonna quickly have a look at what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Yeah. I gotta figure out what I'm not doing. I mean, I feel like I gotta deal with them. But I don't know. Okay, quickly skip ahead. That far through. Okay, let's see. What am I doing wrong? Right, there we go. All water, H2O hydrated. So they killed all the things. And then let me guess, they go and use the thing. Do I have the right idea? Uh-huh. I found what I'm doing wrong. Turns out, I could just go over this way. Go down here. Because, you know, I was wondering why there was a ladder here. You go up, not down on the ladder. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Well, those things are here. I don't know how I'm getting across. I can clearly see what's in the water. Nothing really. I can go through here. And over to here. Big brain? Yeah, I mean, big brain to the person who actually knew what they were doing. It's a bit more of a small brain to me. It kind of makes sense. Maybe I should start looking around more to where I gotta go. And then I won't be stuck trying to kill enemies that I don't actually need to. I'm guessing if I did kill them, I might have been able to go up that thingy. Yeah, this is definitely not on hard. Why is it not on hard? I mean, I guess it's fine. It's just gonna be a bit easier. Oh. Okay. I'll just take the pipe. That's a drop to death. Okay, don't want to go down there. Oh! Tug of war! Guys, look what you've done. Now no one wins. You've ruined the fun. You know, they could have at least, you know, had one of them win instead of didn't save him. That was obvious. I don't think about how I can save people. In most games, if there's a sequence like that, you usually can't save the person. Look, I'll go back and we'll save him. Feel bad. Okay, that was just then. So this one. Yeah. I will save you, sir. You're telling me I was meant to be able to save him. I'll give it another try. Unless I actually somehow shot him. Unless I can try using... Oops, wrong save. Oops, wrong one. Again. I thought I pressed this one, but... Unless I need to use the shotgun. Sir, I got this. Don't worry. He cannot be saved. I will not believe it. I don't believe you can save him. I tried at least twice. I would say that is a good try. I didn't think there was another one. Okay. Anything in the boxes? Nothing. Okay. Let's move on. Hello? Actually, I was just thinking. Near the start, headcrabs did like 5 damage. But then the shooty things do like the same amount. I don't know what has happened. I should probably be using this one. You dead? No. You dead now. Okay. Anything good down here? Any loot? Any... Ah, no! Please! Please! Let me live! Ah! Please! Please, I want to live, please! I don't want to die, please! What if I just run? If I just run, they can't hurt me. They can't hurt me if I just run. What is happening? Please. Ow. Stop. I'm very confused with what just happened. Oh, maybe I'm taking less damage because I have my suit power up. That's probably why. That would make a lot of sense. That would explain a lot of things to me. Okay, well. Come on. Die. Ah, no. Stay away. Stay away. Okay, now that I actually know things are popping up, I'm not as worried. Please, please, let me live. Let me live. Ow. Okay. Help me live alive. Help me alive, yes. Okay, let's get moving. Let's move and groove. Let's get out of here as fast as I can. Also, I saw the dude on the suit dude, taking one of the trams earlier as well. I wonder if I'm gonna see him more, or if he is just interested in can't remember his name, I'm gonna be honest. For some reason all that pops in my head is Mike Wazowski, and I don't know why. That's the only name that's the only name I can think of at the moment. Oh, so I would have to fight these at some point anyway. So just fighting them over there would have just well, not sped up the process, but I just wanted to deal with them now. They didn't see me. They didn't see me. I told you they didn't see me. Ka-pew! Oh. I guess he was low. Mike Wazowski? Yeah, for some reason it's all I can think of. It's the name that pops into my head for some reason. Does the dude's name have Mike in it? I don't even think it does. What what do we do from here? What are we doing from here? Can I press the button from here? Huh, so I can call it from up here, just not from down there. Good to know. I don't think there's really a point in being down here. At least not that I can see. Don't know if I want to go back up there. We've done a full loop. Oh. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm ready. And boom! That's a lot of explosives. Told you it's not a coincidence. Why you can't blow it up? Yeah, it makes a lot more sense now. You know, now that I actually know what I'm doing and why things happen, it makes a lot.
These civvies are getting heavy. Yeah, why are we on disposal duty anyway? Just because Shepard's team didn't make it, we have to do the crap jobs? Well,
I am so tempted. I'm not gonna waste my ammo though. Actually, I have 58. Probably could have shot him at least once, like in the kneecaps, you know. Yeah. At least could have taught them something. Hey, this is the area down there where you get the shotgun. Oh, maybe I will have to fight them. Oh. No one will see me. Okay, maybe there are things that are gonna shoot at me. I can't see them though. That's the problem. I can see like the flashes from their gun. I can't see them though. Go, 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 go. Oh, maybe it wasn't even there. Maybe it was a... Oh, because I go through here. I think it might have also been a... Three? Hello? I'll take it. Can I please drive it? Please. Why? Why can't you let me just drive the car? Please! Also, someone shot them. This wasn't from, like, the things. The aliens. This is definitely from the people. Can I use this one? Save. I did. Okay. And that opens up another tunnel access. Okay, and look at see what's around the corner. I like tunnels. Tunnels are pretty cool. Tunnels are good. Maybe not this tunnel. Stay away. Stay away from me. Okay. Also, hey, I'm gonna try and say it right. The XOF project? How are you going? You're on pace. Your PB, keep it up. I mean, any time in this will be a personal best because this is my first time playing through it. So, you know, no matter what, I'll get a personal best. So no matter what score no matter what time I get, I can feel good about it. Oh? Oh, it's cockroach. That's what that noise was. Wait, cockroaches squeal? Why did I only just think about that? God, now I need to try to walk without stepping on them. Move, please. Don't want to accidentally step on you. Okay, I think we're good. We're not. Well, I can't care about them anymore. Because now there's other things wanting me. I feel so bad. Ow. Oh, good. Can I run through it without getting... Okay. I took damage, but... Gotta be some way to turn it off, right? Ow, 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 ow. I guess, what do you... I guess I don't know what do you expect when you're going through a place called the Steam something. That doesn't seem good. I also don't see a thing to open this up. I'm tempted to touch it. I know I shouldn't, but I'm tempted. Okay, I don't know what I expected. I'm gonna be honest. Have I missed something? Okay. I'm gonna go to the one before I set myself ablaze. Actually, when I first came in. No, it's the one through here. I'll take this safe because at least I'm not damaged. What was it? Hey, Unicorn, how are you going? No, you're not getting me this time. Oh, there's a thing right there. Ow. Huh. Turning it off. Smart idea. Maybe I should have done that in the first place. Still not sure what to do in here, but I'll figure it out. It'll be figured out. Me good, you? I'm doing pretty good. I think what I've been up to. I mentioned earlier, I've been playing through Little Nightmares again and doing all the achievements and stuff. Apart from one. There's one I'm not gonna do because I can't be bothered putting that much work into the achievements for it. Yeah, have you been up to much, Unicorn? Oh, there was a thing right here. Huh. Ah, please, no. Okay, he's dead. I like Little Nightmares. Yeah, I like playing through I like Little Nightmares as well, so I figured I'd go through it and like find all the collectibles and stuff like that. Something's around the corner, which was enjoyable. But there's one I'm not gonna do, which is beating the game in an hour without dying. Which I feel like beating it without dying. I feel like I could do that. Doing it within an hour, not so doable for me. Because I can't even, like, take my time. No, no, please, I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Do it second game harder. Yeah, I still haven't played through this second game. I think I'll probably do that with the second one as well. Go for the achievements, as long as it's not like that. Do it. I mean, I just don't like things in games where you're not allowed to die or take any damage and stuff like that. I mean, I'd be okay doing the Evil Within because you get save points along the way. But when it's like you die and then you have to start all over again, that's where I don't know. That's where I just don't like it. Because I could get like an hour. Well, you have to beat it before an hour, but you can get like 40 minutes in, or maybe for another game, like an hour in. And then you have to restart and do it again. And yeah. So there's certain extents that I'll go to. It's just usually speed running and permadeath runs in games that I don't really go for with achievements. Other things I'm usually okay with doing. So yeah, let's go up here. It's longer than the first game. Yeah, I think I watched someone play through it when it first came in. I did see that it was quite a bit longer than the first one. Because I think the first one can easily be done in like 2-3 hours. And there's no hiker crabs. They just, I don't know. There's something. Oh. You're not allowed to have my head. So have you been... Are you planning to stream anytime soon, Unicorn? Also, trap video. Good too. I watched that when I got back. Okay. I'm gonna try not to... Okay, dead. I'm not looking too good for ammo. That's not good at all. I guess I'll have to beat some of my enemies into the ground. I mean, I'll probably die along the way. But hey, as long as they come down with me, I'm all good. What are those? I don't know what they're called, but they're some of the enemies. Yay! Okay, I might have to use the revolver. I don't like how I have to use 2 shots from the even just the revolver. No, please! Please! Okay, that's not going to... Appeal! Please! Oh god, there's been a thing set up behind... Please, no. This is almost not good. Well, this is not almost not good, it's not good! Huh. You liked it? I did. I did very much enjoy it. Why has it sent me all the way back to here? Damn it, all the way back to here is my most recent save. Wait, no, this is a bad one. Wait, here? I guess this was the most... Wait. Yeah, this was the most recent one. Okay. Okay, I remember I used a lot of ammo on this thing. So maybe if I... 3 shots from the revolver just for you. Oh, no. Okay. Well, I now have... that many shots, which is... God, I can't be bothered to do math. That was 56 shots. I don't know how that's gonna do with the laser things. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And 1, 2, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. Actually, is there anything in here? Was there anything in here? No. Damn it. Well, guess we're going down. So you enjoy me down a trap? I did. When you say it like that, it sounds worse. But I mean, I also died from a lot of traps, so... you know, don't feel as bad because I've also gone through the pain. Which I still need to do it on hard as well, or do it on the hardest difficulty, which I will do at some point. I don't know when, but at some point. No, I don't want to use that on the little head crab. Okay, I'm also thinking they have explosives set up for a rig. No, stop. Okay. It worked! Who would have thought that's all you gotta do? Use the environment that the game has put around for you! Could I please have some ammo, game? Possibly? Please? I would really appreciate it. I'm out. I'm out of ammo. I really don't. I really don't want to have to use my revolver ammo. And it's... I don't want to do it. I'm gonna be completely out of ammo soon. Okay. Hey crab, just come for me. Thank you. Dead. Okay. Come on, ammo. Sup! Head crab! Well, I'm not gonna go that way. Things aren't looking up for me. So there's another head crab. Run. Run. If I go through here. If I go this way. No. No, please. 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 Come at me. I couldn't dodge him. He was too fast. How's he getting through there? You're good. Get him. Get him. Get him. Yeah! Go. I live. I'm gonna take every little win I can get. If this isn't the way I'm meant to go, too bad, it's the way I'm going. Ow. I'm gonna go through here. Oh no. Huh. I'm gonna have to go back to an earlier save. Earlier save than that one. I'm gonna have to go all the way back to... They gave me an autosave here? Okay. Autosave before that? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go all the way back down to here. Now, strategy. I'm gonna be honest. This isn't gonna be a good one. I also need to hydrate real quick. It's not gonna be a good strategy, but it's gonna be a strategy. Okay. It's called... It's called hope. Let me through. Let me through. Now, like I said, I never said it was going to be a good strategy. I just said it was going to be a strategy. Which, if I have to take damage there, just to be able to make it through here, I think it's worth it. Also, why did I peek out? I didn't mean to. I think this sounds like a good trade. Being able to actually get through here. I'm assuming I'm going to be able to actually make it through here. I don't know if I am. But it's worth a try. I will see you've given me a hydrate. I will do that in a quick second. On tool, form. Okay, my health isn't looking too good, but at least I have more health. And that is what counts. Is it what? Is it? Is it though, me? Is it really what counts? Yeah, if I want to do it, I'm gonna have to do the other save, which is this one. What if? Great plan. Run. I didn't mean to do that, but that's even worse than how I did before. Okay. Trust me. It's gonna work one of these times. I was able to dodge that one. Then I'll add in. Yes! 57 health! I'll take it as a complete win. And I will give myself a good old save. And also, hydrate. You must suffer. Yeah, I think this is the first game I've actually suffered in for a while now. Mainly because I don't get enough ammo. That is the only problem I've had in this game. Ammo. Oh, and not knowing where to go and dying a lot from the environment. But ammo. Okay. Now we walk here. We jump back. 3 shots. Melee them. I probably could melee these head crabs. To be fair. That would probably be a good idea. But these things I cannot melee. Is the problem. Okay. There we go. Now. Boop. Boop. Okay. Still a few shots. Okay, still not good. Definitely better. Let's save. No. Glad I saved. I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot they spawn. Okay. 6 bullets. How far will this take me? But I also still got my revolver shells as well. So that's the way I think I'm meant to go. So I'm gonna click do a save here and see what actually going around this corner gets me. Come at me, head crab. Come at me. Oh, I forgot there was one around the corner. I don't know why it spawns me in left clicking, but okay. Boop. And boop. And let's save game again. I go to sleep. Okay, well, I hope you have a good sleep, Unicorn. And again, thank you for popping by. And next time you stream, I'll try and pop by. If I don't have work the next day. Where are you going to? Maybe I shouldn't have killed him just to see where he was going. Now I'm kind of intrigued. Damn it. 1 HP. And a dream. That's all I've got. I'm sure this couldn't go bad. You kill baby monster? Look, they're trying to kill me, so I feel like it's fair. Also, I feel they're definitely not babies, these things. They're fully grown monsters. Okay, let's give myself a save. Still have my whole 11 HP. Pretty good. Whoop. Ow. Okay. Is that all of them? That indeed was not all of them. Come at me. Where does it attack from? There. Nothing. Nothing. But hey, health. Getting enough going that way was worth it. And I got health. I mean, I can at least take that as a win. 3 of them. Still 6 of them. So that one's still okay. Whoop. Knocking me today. Not today, little head crab. Not today. Oh. Ow. Wait for him to do all that. Actually, you know what? Come through. Come on through. At least if you make it through, then I won't have to deal with you as soon as I get out of the thing. Okay. Get it! Wahoo! Save game! I said, take every single win I can. Okay, let's deal with this here. So that I can be prepared when I walk around this corner. going to hurt my feelings. Okay. I'm ready. Wow. Oh, oh. It's not fair how they can spawn in already charged up. Okay. Come on. Come on. Something. Something. Please. What did I just press? I pressed a button. Oh, probably got it. Can I not pull it out? Can these not be pulled? Oh, I probably gotta get... Oh, I gotta get over. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. Nothing there. Oh. What here? I knew it! Actually, anything down here? There was just a jump scare. That's all that was down that way. Oh, maybe I should have break down the vent there. Jesus Christ! I didn't expect to be jump scared while playing this. Buddy, come on, come at me. The flashlight keeps turning off every now and then. Not good. I've taken so much. I can't even jump down and be safe. I took 30 damage in the vent just from the crabs. How are you meant to not take damage in the vents from the crabs? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Okay, a little bit of that. Some actual ammo. Yes. What is it? Oh, just cogs. Okay. Well, now it's time to deal with a good old friend. No. No. Stop. 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 I'm stuck. I'm actually stuck. Okay, well, where was my most recent save? I need to go in here and grab all this. Okay, that is indeed everything. Okay. Going up against these dudes with 6 health. One health. Die! Die, sir, die! Thank you. Very much appreciated.
I appreciate
Oh,
your help, but
was you?
I'm afraid those bastards did their damage already.
Yes.
If you were trying to reach the freight yards in hope of escaping, then just forget about it. The military is rounding up everyone and everything they can find, and either killing them or bringing them up here for questioning. A colleague and I came up with our own plan for escape, and we were on our way to one of the old prototype labs when we ran into them. But listen to me. If you still want to get out of here alive, your only hope may be to find my friend. If you can get past the soldiers, find Dr. Rosenberg. With him,
got it.
you may have a chance to get out of this place.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any like the green goop that you can stab me with to like maybe give me some health? If so, much appreciated. If I didn't have that health pack back there, I would be dead. Doesn't feel like an area I've ever been to. It was different. I never suspected me coming. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was a person diving off the edge. I thought they were gonna say no jumping down the stairs or something like that. Why they'd have to say that, I don't know. Why anyone would do that, I also don't know. Exit. I kind of want to just see what's out there. Oh, not me. I'm not hostile. I'm very nice. I mean, he did say not to go that way, so... yeah. I don't know what I expected. Okay, all good. Oh, I think the game's crashed. For some reason, whenever I die, it crashes, and I don't know why, but it does. Don't have any notification for anything. No, all good. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish checking these boxes. Anything in here? Yeah, I'm surprised they can't hear me out there just smashing boxes. Why didn't I think that they would explode? They're full of fuel. I also don't think I got anything from here, these, but I'm gonna break more of them anyway. Because you never know. Alright. Stop. Thank you. Okay. Now... did I say, will there be anything in these? Because they're already a health pot thing, but... did they not see me? Or what? Oh, health. Yes. Yes. Come back here. Come back here. Ow. Ouch. Okay, let's reload this. Let's see. A bit of ammo, more ammo for this. Oh, so out that way is the only way I actually can go. Damn it. Jesus Christ! Oh, so I was actually up to like 48 health. Stop running! Where did he go? Oh, there. Thank you. Well, I did a lot better than I did before. So I'm gonna take that as a win. Last time I had like 17 health after that, dealing with those people. But this time, that's 37. So much more. Okay, let's save again. And I also, how much longer is this, or I guess how long is this game compared to the other one, Deads, if you're still here? Oh no, I should have reloaded. Don't you dare walk in here. If you walk in here, you will not have a crotch. I swear. I'm not lying. This is not a bluff. You're not hitting me with those explosives. It's doing nothing. Ow, it's doing something. Ow. Starting to hurt a little bit. Ow. 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 Okay. Okay, got 25 of them. Got 16 of that, but that's not really gonna help because they're not close range. Got 2 normal bullets. 8 revolver bullets. Okay. Yeah, let's go with this one. Ow. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm gonna do here. Guess I could go revolver, maybe. Ow. Okay, no. I mean, if I had an explosive, that would be great. Yeah. Only one way I can go. Damn. Trust me, this is a great plan. If I just push this right. Oops. You know what? I'll go with that. And now they think I'm hiding in here, right? I mean, I sort of am. You know, I'm gonna use this one. It didn't do anything. It did not do anything, and they're all there. Okay, yeah. That's not the best weapon for this. I mean, this one isn't either, to be honest. This one's better. Ow! What do they want me to do here? That is my question. Wait, I had more ammo for that one. Hey? Am I generous and giving me ammo? Wait, now I only have 10 for this. Ammo changed from this one to the handgun. Wait, now I have less on the... Oh! Okie dokie. Ow! Actually, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just gotta take out like 6 of them. Easy peasy. I can take out like at least 3 with this. At least take out 1 with this. Or not. I guess we'll start with this one. At least take out 1. Their explosives are the most annoying thing about them, I think. Ow. I mean, that was closer than it really should have been to working, but I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it spawns me in holding down left click. Hey buddies! Come at me, I dare you. You know what they gave me though? Oh, they didn't give me any more ammo for that thing. I thought they did. Also, happens when you shoot, when it starts loading, pressing shoot again should fix it. Yeah, it's been doing that for the whole time is the thing. Ever since the start. Ay. Lad, Glad. I hid here. Hid there, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go over here and see if there's anything. There's not. There's a lot of shooting noises. Okay, he's still up there. 6 HP? Yeah, 6 HP is fine. God damn it, game. God damn you. I mean, I made it through the normal Half-Life with not a lot of health. So I'm sure I can make it through this one too. Okay. One second. One more second. Actually, so you could just move away from the window. I mean, I guess I shouldn't complain, because it helps me. So, yeah, let's get through this window now. Okay. Push that open. Why is there intense music coming in? Or just music in general? Never mind. It cut out really awkwardly. Don't know why it came on in the first place. Wait, am I gonna? Do I have to use a revolver for these? I mean, one revolver bullet for more revolver bullets plus the shield plus other ammo. I'm gonna take it. Not health. No more health, but who needs health? Oh, there's even revolver bullets here if you didn't have any. Ooh, health. I feel like I'm almost saving too much, but can you ever really save too much? Also, why is it giving me all this stuff? It's never good. It's never good when a game gives you heaps of stuff. It means it's getting you ready for something. Stay away. Hello? That's creepy. Oh wait, no. I don't know why my reaction is to say hello to see if everyone's dead. I mean, if no one replies, then it obviously means everyone's dead. That's just how it works. Because if someone says hello, you have to reply. That's just a lounge. Okay. Oh. I think that's now all of them. Oh, could I have just... Oh, I could have. Ah. It has more atmosphere with it off. I'll just let them sleep. They're obviously sleeping, but they must have spilt some jam or something like that before they had their sleep, and they decided they'd just clean it up in the morning. So let's save. I need to hydrate, which I'm almost out of water. What happened to death counter? Oh yeah, I figured that this one wasn't as long. I didn't worry about actually making a death counter. I probably should have, or should. I'll make sure to do it for the next one, which is... I'll think of it. It's just the one I can never remember, but I just swear it'll come to my brain. Give me a few hours.
Help! Someone let us out of here!
Ooh, drinks. Which one are you in? This one?
Help! Someone let us out of here!
Give me a quick second. Okay, you should be good now.
Rescued at last!
Help me.
Thank God you're
Give me
here.
goop.
No.
Goop me.
I'm afraid I'm not Dr. Rosenberg.
Do you have goop?
Let's go. Have I been that much of a burden?
I need you. I'm guessing I'll quickly save before I open these other doors. That's what I thought. I thought I heard them. What do you actually get for going in here, though? I don't get anything for opening this up, so I'm just gonna load my last save. You know, it'd be okay if you at least got something, but you don't even get anything. Ooh, ammo. Okay, nothing there. Okay. Ooh. Ammo. Health. More ammo, more health. See, being at low HP isn't always bad, because I got through the area, and now I'm on an okay amount of HP. So, you know, as long as I get through the areas, it's usually okay. For the most part. A freight yard, isn't this where he was saying you shouldn't try and get out? I don't like. Ow. Okay. Nope, stop. Okay. Let's go. This is such a good area. Maybe. I mean, sure, I'm kind of vulnerable down here. But I'm also not too vulnerable. Less vulnerable than if I was out there. Ow. Okay. Stop game, please. Go for the toes! Well, that went well. I know there's probably still more of them, but... I'm gonna come out. Hello? Think I got him? Oh, can't climb up there. I think that was all of them. That went surprisingly well. Perfectly safe. And there's a lot of boxes to break as well. I'm coming out of this with 100 HP. Wow. Okay. And the big one. Yeah, the big one. Nothing. I feel like there's not going to be anything in the big boxes or any more of these boxes, but I still want to check. As I thought. Nothing. Okay, so where am I actually off to now? Okay. Oops. Okay, that doesn't open. Can't go through there or here.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Oh, another person in one of these.
Hello? Can anyone
Yeah.
hear me?
I'm gonna hear you.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Is it this one?
Hello? Can anyone hear
That-
me? Hello?
He's in the red one,
Can
right?
anyone hear me?
How am I gonna open it?
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I can, sir. Don't worry. This is in the blue one. Oh, can I open the blue one? I swear this is a door.
Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone
I'm
hear me?
here, sir. I can't open your door.
Can anyone hear me?
Let me go grab the other person and bring him out. See if they can do anything. Or help. Maybe I just don't know how to use a door. I mean, it seems whenever I go to use a door, I seem to have to slam my head into it,
Certainly
so...
hope you know what you're going to have to leave me here. Fine. You won't even know I'm here.
Okay. What's that? Let's go. I need you to figure out how to open a door. I don't think that's what I actually need you for, or if I even need you, but I might as well bring you with me.
I'm going to stay here and wait for my colleague.
No.
I suppose a security guard should... I refuse to go another step.
Why? What is so bad about here? I mean, there's blood. Well, that's their blood.
Lead the
Not
way.
this is good guy.
As far as I go.
Okay, he doesn't want to go any further. Okay, understandable. Also, still in the thing again. Okay, I guess reload some of my guns. Get a little bit more ammo for him. Like, there we go. Do it up a little bit. Can I maybe?
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone?
Oh, can I maybe do? Nah. Open it up. Open the door. I don't think the door's gonna open.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Can I get in from above? Maybe? I don't know how I'd get on top though. That's the only thing. I mean, actually no, this is the one they're knocking on.
Hello?
Let me go the
Can
whole way
anyone
around
hear me?
and see if there's a way in.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
No.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Okay. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna figure out what I have to do. Over to here. Go to like there. We're not that far in. They're 30 minutes in. They're already further than me. Need big brain? Yeah. Time to figure out what my small little brain can't figure out. Okay. Back a little bit. Back some more. How are they like as far as me? After 20 minutes. I don't know. Anyway, what do they do? They... I don't know if this is what I'm meant to be doing, but I mean, it seems like it's right.
Can anyone hear me?
And then I guess I can have that one roll out of the way, and now I should be able to open this, right? Yeah.
Anyone hear me?
No!
I'm afraid I'm not Dr. Rosenberg, but you'll still help me, won't you?
Maybe. I guess, do I want to go through here now? I think they did something like this. What is that? Load game? Load? Would have been good to know before. I'm gonna quickly just... I would like to be able to shoot them down. That's all. I just want to at least try. Okay. Open that one up. Actually, if I destroy these. Yeah, the way to destroy those boxes? Yeah, it does. I thought it would. Now we do the same. There we go. Open this up. You're now safe. And now we wait. They're out of range. I don't know what happened there. I tried saying words, and then I panicked. Okay, they're not even hitting. They weren't even hitting it. Oh no, there's one more. You. And there's some health again. There's so many more. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ow. I thought they kind of figured they had hostiles when... Okay, yeah, I kind of expected that. Yeah, I thought they figured they had hostiles when, you know, they heard shooting. I don't know, just a thought. I must save that one, because it gives me like 10 HP. And if I leave that one, then I'll be good. Okay, I think I'll use this one just to speed this process up. Oh, run away! Where'd he go? Ow. Ow, that was actually a good shot. I'm not gonna lie. Good shot from him. No. Not safe. You're not safe. Safe? No. Safe? Yet? Actually, I know there's one more. At least. I don't know where, but there. And I'm dead. Damn. Actually, what do I have? Okay. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Trust. Believe. It's gonna work. Trust me. Any moment now. Do they want me to break this? They want me to have walked in here
I'm afraid I'm not Dr. Rosenberg.
and figure out that it's not Dr. Rosenberg or something? Worked. Yeah, this spot here definitely isn't as good as the one over that side, but eh. Just can't shoot him through here. Ow, 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 I didn't know you were there. Okay, there's one. There's another one. Oh, there's another one over there. Okay. Quite well. Oh, there's one. And another. That's all of them? Nope. Not. Damn it. Too fat to fit through. Hello? Okay, I think that's all of them. I'm assuming that's all of them. Yeah, time for me to grab health and everything. Okay, I know there's a bit more health over here. There we go. I take no blame for that. I couldn't have protected him. I had enough trouble protecting myself, let alone him. Plus, he wasn't the doctor we needed. It's still bad, but I couldn't close the door. So, I mean, I blamed the game. What's it? Reload. Actually, no, that's for this. Reload on here. There we go. Okay. Let's move on. Also, I don't just noticed you said it takes about 2 hours to beat. Is that if you know what you're doing? Because I've definitely been going for longer than 2 hours. Oh yeah, that's definitely fair. Huh? Ow. Jesus Christ. I was able to shoot fast enough with it. I can't shoot that fast with my shotgun. I'm gonna take every single little win I can get. Where am I actually going to? In here, I think. I can't go in. Okay. We're all good. We made it. I'm alive. Okay. Oh no, 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 no! Am I meant to like... I am. At least I figured it out that time. How do I get up? I don't know if I can. Should I be able to get up? Wait, wait, wait. Come on. Quiet. I'll get there. Just trust. Am I being dumb? How did they get up? You... Oh, there's an area, there's a thingy for you to jump up on. Line. There's apparently a thingy. Oh, there is. Right there. Huh. Good to know. Can't really hide up here. Got him. What is he doing? Where's he going? Cool. I feel like that wasn't everybody. I knew that wasn't everybody. I knew it. No. Did it really give me a save there? I'm gonna go to my... What is my save before that? Was in here. Okay, I'll take this one. And then just... Why didn't it shoot? Okay. Hopefully do that save again. I just... There we go. Problem solved. Easy peasy. Now, can I... Okay. How many are there? Well, there's at least 4. That's, I think, one more than I got last time. Or yeah, one more that was standing around that area than last time. There could still be one around the corner though. That was a good thing. Good shot. Okay, and stomp, 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 and stomp, stomp. That was a person. Come on. Am I even hitting the ones back there? I don't know if I was. I'm hoping I was. And yo sir. Yo sir. Okay. I'm gonna save. Sneak through. And I'm saving because I know there's still probably more of them. No! Poor Jerry. I like him. So what are we trying to get where? I'm trying to get that to here. New Mexico Railroad line, access tunnel. I mean, we could just leave to New Mexico. That's an option. I think we could just do that. Start a new life. Because Black Mesa would surely never be able to find us if we run away. Oh, anything in all of these boxes? Well, there's actually quite a bit. It's always great when games have stuff that you can break, like boxes. And when there's stuff inside, it makes it even better. Actually, I'm glad I don't have to open some of these doors. Ammo. Okay.
Hello! I'm in here!
Hey, person.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can. Give me a quick... Okay, it's facing the right way.
Hello!
Yes.
I'm in here!
I can hear you.
Anyone hear me?
Yes, I can. Give me a quick second, sir. I can't quite stand on it. Okay. Yeah, and then since it's backing up, we can just meet it over here. Hello? Is it you?
What's the status on Freeman?
No!
Yes, I'm Dr. Rosenberg. Although I'm not very proud to admit it, seeing as though I'm partially responsible for all of this. How did you know my name?
Oh, someone told me to come see you.
Poor Harold. Our plan was to get to one of the old prototype labs. Unfortunately, very few people in the facility are authorized to know about it. The same technology that brought about this catastrophe could also be our only way out. You see, I was involved in the very early work on teleporter technology, long before the Lambda complex was even built. There may be enough equipment in the old lab to piece together a device that would allow us to teleport outside of the facility. As improbable as that may sound to someone like yourself. Of course, none of that does a whole lot of good while we're stuck in here.
Yeah,
Perhaps I could help boost you through that vent in the ceiling. If you're lucky,
Please
you might be
do.
able to take those soldiers by surprise.
that sounds like a good plan.
Let's try this.
Yeah, I guess they're waiting for me to check this thing, because I guess they knew I was in here. Okay. Ah, that's all I had to do. Okay. Boost me up, sir. I'm using your head if that's okay. I can't. Okay, I guess I'll just. You need a less round head, please. Because I jumped that way, but I can't. Because the thing's there. I feel like this shouldn't be as hard as I'm. I feel like I shouldn't be having as much trouble as I am. I'll get there eventually. I swear. There we go. I didn't get him by surprise. They're not surprised, sir. I'm just gonna use that just because I know that I have a spare. Okay, well that one's dead. Okay, there's one here. And there's one more over there. Actually, maybe there's even another one. No. I didn't mean to run through here. It did the thing where if it loads into a new area, it keeps running. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Let's go, sir.
All right. Now we'll need to head back to the area where you met Harold. The access to the old lab should still be there, but we may have to break through some of the newer construction to get to it.
Sounds good. Are you coming? That.
I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, there we go. What's that? Get moving. Get those little tootsies running. Okay, I'm guessing we want to go through here. Actually, it's the only way we can go, so. Would you like to go first? Sir? Are you coming?
All right. Let's hope we don't run into any more of those soldiers.
There we go. Okay, come on, this way. Oh, okay, you're just waiting here. Good. Okay. Oh, health. Damn. Think they're out. Okay, I guess I'll check here a little bit. Okay, so I think you can come now. At least for a little bit.
Let's go. Allow me to treat that injury.
Yes, please do, please.
This is no time to rest. This should make you feel better.
Yes, Green Gulp! Thank you, sir. I'm actually gonna save. Yeah,
Don't leave
let's
me
go.
here, Calhoun. We need to stick together. Yes, we'll have a better chance if we stick together.
Well, I need you, so. Now. Okay. Still good here. I don't know if I trust these stairs. Okay, does this door open? It doesn't. Okay. So we go down here. Storage room also doesn't. Is this actually back the way we came? I don't know if it is. I think it may be. Oh, there you are. Come on. I mean, the plan is to stick together. Yeah, this is definitely the way I came. What? I keep... Where... Why are you looking at a wall?
Let's get going.
Did you want me to break this down? Oh, there we go. It was fair you didn't follow me that time, because you want to go in here, but...
We should have chosen the Lambda reactor for an escape, but the crew there is bent on fighting the creatures, with all their hopes set on someone named Freeman. Let those fools try and fight a battle they can't win. I just want to get out of here.
Well, they do win. I mean, not all of them. Some of them. Well, Morgan does free them. No. Okay. I can't fit. Damn it. The first aid station and stuff. Sir, are you coming? Come on.
All right, let's stick together.
You're the one who says... You're the one who's not following me. What do you mean, stick together?
The security system is still active. With any luck, my fingerprint ID is still valid and on file.
Oh, I actually still have quite a bit of stuff. Okay. I will take some health. And this, I don't need any more of because I got... Well, they don't really work for me because I don't have a suit, so... Oh, someone else is here.
Dr. Rosenberg, thank God you made it. We've managed to piece together some of the larger equipment, but you'll need to oversee the rest of the construction.
Excellent, Walter. Finish aligning the power cell matrix, and I'll see if I can get the system online in the main room. Now, there's no time to waste.
What am I doing? Oh, we're going through here. Okay. I guess I'll just watch what you're doing. Up
Looks
here.
like the equipment is in better shape than I expected.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, this older technology does not have the ability to target an Earth destination in its current state. You see, Mr. Calhoun, teleportation isn't as easy as going from point A to point B. We've discovered a strange border world.
I was about to say, when did you get here?
Somehow involved in the process, which kept us from accurately predicting where any given teleportation event would lead to back on Earth.
Damn it. I don't know why I'm trying to press all the buttons. I'd blow something up.
Attached to the strange crystalline structures we found on this border world. Now, this device would then be used as a focal point and a relay to aid in the teleportation. In theory, that is.
Oh-ho.
We lost contact with the survey group shortly after the device was in place. We later discovered other methods of aiming the field, but all of the equipment in this lab uses the older technology. In order for any of us to get out of here alive, someone will have to go to the border world and activate the device.
In other words, me. Is what I'm hearing.
I'm afraid you're the only one who can do this, seeing as how everyone else will be needed to operate the equipment. We should be able to get
Damn
you
it.
fairly close to where the survey team had set up, but I fear the likelihood of running into alien creatures is very high.
How am I getting
Once you
back?
find the device, simply power it on and align the emitters until the signal reaches maximum strength. We'll reopen the teleporter for your return once we receive the signal, but you must hurry back, as we can only keep it open for a short amount of time.
Okay, sounds good. I'm ready.
All right, I'm going to initiate the teleporter charging sequence now. Be ready, Mr. Calhoun. Once the field is open, it will become unstable very quickly.
I'm as ready as I think I could ever be.
It's ready.
Should I be standing here or should I be waiting for it to open up? I'm waiting for it to open up. Lights. Fancy. Not lights. Okay. I thought they were.
We're almost there.
Here we go.
Primary capacitors have reached full charge. Simmons, release the damping rods and open the field.
Release the damping rod, Simmons. Quick. Whee! Oh god. Quick, quick, hide. Hey. Why did I try and jump the gap? I mean, I made it, but it wasn't necessarily a good idea. Now, I'm gonna use this for those things, because I feel like I should try and conserve my ammo a little bit. And since these things aren't that bad, I'll just use my normal ammo on them. Oh, this should... Oh no, this is a health pool thing. How am I getting up? Guess over here? These look enough like stairs. And I'm up. I guess I want to go through here. And see, this way or the other way? Maybe the other way. And hey, they have a little bit less gravity. Whee! Whee! Oh yeah, I'm guessing there's also going to be less parkour in the sense of needing to use the special jump. Because I don't have a suit, so I'm guessing I can't do the special jump. Now, I'm going to have to... Whee! That's something. No, it's just a bit of rock. Yes, I think it's just a bit of rock. Yeah, just a bit of rock. Real good. Now, they said they can put me decently close to the thing that they need me to turn on. Okay. Why is there music coming in? Okay, go. Ow, it still hit me. Music? Good or bad? I don't know which way I'm meant to be going. Ooh! I'll take. Okay, the music's fading out for no reason. I thought maybe a boss fight was coming in, but I guess not. I mean, there still could definitely be a boss fight. I feel like there definitely will be a boss fight, actually. Maybe. Or it could also just be to give me a different perspective of what actually happened. Yeah, do I want to go down there? I don't know. Many different ways to go. But I choose this one. I'm guessing this is the right way. If not, it's a pretty long tunnel. Oh, unless this just takes me to the other area in that room that I was in. It did. Wait. No, this is a different... No, this... That's where I went through. This is... Okay. I'll go back through here then. At least I know I'll go to the right spot. Or take me back to where I was. I guess if I take all the right turns... This way? I think I came from the other way, but... What's down this way? No, this is where I came from. There's dead head crabs, so I know I've been this way. Oops. Wasn't crouching. Can I fit through? Okay, it takes me back to here. Well, I haven't been this way. Oh, I didn't know that thing was here. So what is... Oh. I'm gonna save before I go in here. Just in case. Ooh, health. I guess this was the right way. Save game. Ooh, another way to go. Or I could go this way. I'm gonna go this way. Well, I'm guessing this is the right way. Then I guess here. Okay, I think I gotta do. I think they're like, they are moving up and down. And I guess I gotta wait for them to be. Why am I going for this one? It's the wrong one. Okay, go for this one. Then this one. And wait for this one to go up and that one down. Or just for this one to go up. Okay. I really hope those things don't end up attacking me. I want to give myself a little save. Halfway checkpoint. It's also good when games let you have your own saves. But sometimes that means they don't save enough. That thing seems like it wanted to attack me. I don't like that. Nope. Nope. No. 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 Stop. Yeah, save. And yeah, I made it. I didn't think I was. No, I hear it diving down. I'm just gonna run. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I've gone through so much of this ammo. I think I started with almost like 200 of it. Now I'm down to like 50. I guess I have mainly been using it though, to be fair. Okay. More parkour. Eggo beggar. Eggo beggar. It pushed me in. No. I nearly got scared there. I definitely got pushed by the dead body. I don't have much ammo for this gun at all. I thought I had more. Maybe I'll have to use this one. Are we good? Nope. What's over there? I'm not too sure. I feel like this is the way I'm meant to go, but there's definitely something over that way. Go check out after I heal up. I like these pools. They're nice pools. Would I like them as much if they didn't give me HP? Definitely not. I wouldn't even acknowledge them. But they give me HP, so it's a good pool. And there we go. Okay. We'll go check out what is over this way. If anything. And wahoo! Ooh, what's down here? Oh, maybe this is the way I'm meant to be going. Oh, there's nothing down here. Okay. That thing did 40 damage. My god. Oh, I could have just avoided. No, I'm definitely going to my last save. That is too much damage. Okay. Okay, and woohoo! Pop out. Wait, hold up. I did so much damage. Now I need to do like 90 damage. How did I take 90 damage? I'm so confused. What did 90 damage to me? I mean, I guess there was that thing. Swim up. I don't want that sending me up. I'm gonna get back up onto here. And there we go. Okay. This doesn't help me get up. Unless I can jump up onto here. I don't think I can. Where am I? Oh, am I meant to be getting out? Like jumping out of the hole? Or something. No. Up there? Okay, I think I'm meant to be going up there. Which I don't like these bounces. I don't know. Find it hard with figuring out momentum and stuff. Okay. Health, and then that stuff. This isn't the way I'm meant to be going. Hey Dobby, how's it going? Hey Red Knight, how are you going? Sorry if I didn't see a message for a while. I'm just trying to figure out where to go. But I'm going pretty good. I think I'm almost finished with the... I want to say it's a DLC. It's basically a DLC. But I'm almost done with it, I think. I'm assuming that's an assumption, but I'm hoping my assumption is correct. The thing is, I don't want to end because I know I know I'm close to the end. Okay, I'm gonna leave those things that shoot behind. Okay. Okay. What head trap? Okay, let's deal with all these things here. Half-Life 2 after. I am planning to do Half-Life 2. I don't know if I'm going to do it straight after this. I might play some other games in between. But I am planning to play Half-Life 2 sometime soon. It'll definitely be this year if I play Half-Life 2. Now I think I gotta go up there. Yeah. Was it? How did I take so much damage during that sequence? So much, too much. And I'm gonna save. Try and not get hit by that thing. Okay, well, I'm at the teleporter thing they told me to get to. Okay. They didn't tell, they just said get to the thing and do stuff. Okay, that's doing stuff, so I think that's all good. Health. Health. Buttons. Wait, this crystal. This is the crystal they had in the teleporter thing. So that's why these things are getting teleported here. Because it's the crystal in this place that they're taking. Huh. Well, that's on. Oh, that opened this so I can beep to the boop, beep to the boop, 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 beep. Oh. Okay, the other way. There you... Oh, can I just have it anywhere in here? Or does it have to be a certain spot? swear it's a different spot every time. Okay, there we go. That one's good. Now, this one. Yeah, so I'm guessing you like Half-Life, Red Knight? Oh yeah, I think this one we gotta go the whole way around. Yeah! Okay. I'm doing... No, 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 no! What happened? Stop. Why was I not able to shoot this gun? I'm so confused. Boop. I don't think I got hit. Oh god, that means I need to do that thing again. Oh no. Did I grab that health before? I don't know if I did. Anyway. Actually, no, I would have on the way out. Okay. Let's do it. Oops. I guess I didn't press it. There we go. I'm gonna do this one because I think it's probably easier to do this one than that one. And yeah, so much easier. There we go. I'm gonna quickly give myself a save so I don't have to go through any of that again. Now I'm gonna hide back here. Oops, didn't notice that one there. No, stop game. Ooh! Health and ammo. Is that a bit? God damn it, it's a big dude up there. It's one of the B dudes up there. I don't like B dudes. Okay, I have a lot of revolver ammo. Four? Yeah, there we go. Oh, damn it. I don't know what that reaction this thing was, but yeah, revolver's good for these things as well. Sometimes. There we go. I gotta do it again? No. What have I got to do now? Press buttons with this. Hit it. It's always a good solution. Focus it is. If focus emitters aligned, whatever that means. What am I doing now? I am a little confused. Yeah, mostly the sequel for me. Okay, so do you mean the... Does that mean Half-Life 2? I don't know which one's the sequel and which one's... What's a sequel and what's a prequel. I'm not sure which one aligns where. I'm assuming Half-Life 2 would... Oh, I guess that'd come in here. 2 is the sequel. Okay. I guess, am I going up here? Jesus Christ! Okay, I'm gonna go back to this one being my second for a bit. And I'll take some health from this. Also, Also, Doc Dead, thank you for the follow. I didn't see it before. I didn't hear the notification go off, but there should have been a notification that went off. I mean, I tested my notifications and they were working. Then Half-Life Alyx is a prequel to Half-Life 2. Okay, so it goes in chronological order. You'd play 1, Alyx, and then 2. If you wanted to play it in chronological order, then. Okay. Save game. I should... No, no, I don't like that one. That's not the nice one. They spit, and spitting isn't very nice. You shouldn't spit at people. Okay, well, I will keep this one as that one, and get this one out. I might have to change this one out. I don't have much ammo left in it. I was gonna say I think I have enough to take these out, but I don't even have enough for that. Okay, so this one, and I guess that. Right, there we go. And 1. Don't mind me, I'm just reloading, sir. Okay, there we go. Where is... Not going down there. No, 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 no. Yeah, I don't want to take that bouncer. Would not take me anywhere good. Okay, I have plenty of ammo for this, so I just start using this now. Going through all my normal ammo, so... Oh, the handgun ammo, sorry. It's not normal. Yes, but I'd say it's better to play 2 first. Story makes more sense that way. Yeah, I was gonna play 2 first anyway, because I don't even have the stuff to play Alyx. I haven't got... Here you go! Because I haven't got VR set up anyway. I haven't got it set up. I just haven't got anything for it now. Can I just leave? Can I just jump in? I can't jump in the portal. That wasn't really a jump, it was more of just... I fell, but I was close enough to the portal for it to work.
Good job, Mr. Calhoun. We began
I'm good.
to worry when you didn't come back for some time, but it looks as though you were able to get the device operational. The signal
I was.
is very strong, but I'm afraid I have
These
some bad
penguins.
news. The power reserves were just enough to open the field for your trip to the border world.
Why did I think they were penguins? They're meant to be like the disc things that spin. I don't know why I thought it was a photo of penguins. I'm gonna leave. So let me leave.
Retrieve another power cell.
So let me leave. I don't know why.
Down there a while ago, but we haven't heard from them since. Oh dear!
I wanted to leave. He trapped me. It was simply not my fault. Yes, I was able to get it operational.
It is very strong, but I'm afraid I have some bad news. The power reserves were just enough to open the field for your trip to the border world. If we plan on keeping the teleporter open long enough to calculate a safe exit point and allow time for everyone to go through, someone will have to go to the lower level and retrieve another power cell. A few of our colleagues went down there a while ago, but we
It's me,
haven't
isn't
heard
it?
from them since. I can only fear for the worst. I hate to keep putting you in this position, but you must realize that if someone doesn't go down there, then none of us will get out of here alive. Besides, you're the best equipped to deal with any dangers that may be waiting. Yeah, I'll show you to the access elevator that leads to the power generator. Follow me.
Okay, so I'm guessing I'm gonna close. Thing is, I don't want to end now because I know if I play it for like a little bit more tomorrow, I'll finish it. So I might as well just finish it now in this stream. Where are we going, sir? This way. What's this? Just generator? Yeah, let's go! I'm not listening to you, sir. Power cell charge. Noted. I think I'll figure it out. I have a weird feeling this isn't gonna work. No. Okay, down we go. Or up we go.
Whoa, it's okay, sir. I can take it. Those things, they're everywhere.
Can you take them?
To get out of yourself together. If we don't get the power cell charge,
Are you gonna let me in?
going to die.
Sir, let me in! Let me in! Sir! Wow, I didn't even need to use its laser. I think I messed up. I think I needed to save them. How much damage did that thing do? I'm entirely sure, but anyway. Yeah, I think I was meant to save them, and then they would have let me in. But I kind of didn't.
Whoa, it's okay, sir. I can take him. Those things, they're everywhere. We've got to get out of yourself together. If we don't get the power cell charged, we're all going to die. Look out! Get out of here!
Oops. Can I even shoot it? I can't shoot it through that with that. Can I shoot it with anything else? No, they're just hitting that thing. I can't get through there. And I can't get through there. Let me see what I gotta do. Wait for this to finish. I love ads. They're my favorite. Okay. Another ad. Okay, what have I got to do? Oh, they're like 47 minutes. That means I still have like probably like an hour left. It's fine. I can speed run it. Speed run it. So what have I got to do? Do I need to help them? No. Okay. I don't know what they're doing, but something happens. Oops, wrong thing. Ugh. But things happen if I just happen to go back down here. Yeah, there we go. Ow. Actually, those probably aren't friendly, are they? I'm just gonna wait here, and if I see military, I am going to use one of the explosive things. I mean, it's their fault. They could have been friendly with me this whole time, but they decided not to. Okay, oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm not really, but... Okay. No, stop. Okay. But now I need to watch the dude be eaten again. And then them come in. I mean, I guess I could call it here and then maybe finish this one next stream and move on to the other one. I swear I can never remember the other one's name. The other DLC. Oh no! Oh no, they're doing the thing! Any second. Okay, now. I got to press down the door. And they'll never know what's behind it. Until it's too late. Yeah. Why did I do that? I didn't notice he'd placed a bomb. Ow! How come this time he ran up? You know what? I'll take a game. I'll take it. I was okay with you shooting at my spawn this time. Hello? That was... How come they're giving me rocket things? I don't have a rocket. Where did I miss a rocket? Oh, he had a shotgun, I see. And reload. Go, 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 go. Save game. I can't go up there. Okay. Well, there's some health. Let's save. And that thing doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. Oops. I blew up myself there. He took that with his head. Oh, there was an explosive behind me. Okay. Is that all of them? I think it may have been. At least it was all the ones down there. Oh, let's head back. Let's head up. Health. Oh! I didn't even notice him there, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Ooh. These have things. Oh, right, but you have to explode them to get the stuff in them. Kind of forgot about that part of it. Yeah, I'm not doing too well. Just run. Just run through. I think I might do that one again, real quick, because I don't want to be going into here with 2 HP. That was him. That was all himself. He blew himself up. Now, just in case it didn't give me another save, because I did it before, I'm gonna give myself a save there. Button. Damn it. I wanted explosive. Damn. Yeah, these things aren't really that bad. As long as you don't get too close to them, you're fine. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly destroy the ones back here as well. Nothing in them. Nothing. This is the healing group, isn't it? Not the healing group. Looks like the healing group. Absolutely not the healing group. Okay. Oh, it's coolant. That would make sense. How am I getting across? Oh, so maybe wanna... No. Danger, danger. Do I want to maybe... No? Not good enough? What am I doing wrong? What can I do to fix this? Oops, I mean to load in that area. Wahoo! This doesn't help me. What have I done? Okay. Let me have a look. Oh, more ads. Stuck again? Yeah. Just... I found out the hard way this is coolant and not the Healy water from the planet thing. And get back. Go back. Back a bit more. Okay, what do I do here? Yeah, I don't think I would have figured this out. I'm gonna be completely honest. I would not have figured that out. My brain isn't smart enough to figure this out. I thought maybe if I get a liquid on it, but yeah, I didn't think about using a barrel. Is that good enough? Yes. Yes, it is. Ah! Why did I have a bomb in my hand? So try that again, and this time not use a bomb in my hand. Okay. Barrel. You're going this way. Okay. Yeah, am I getting close to the end, Eds? Because I don't want to keep going for too much longer. Okay, then I walk in here. It's like, oh no! Thingy's spawned! Die, thingies, die! Okay, now let's see what's in here. Not too sure. That's fair. You should be more than halfway there. Okay, yeah, because I've gone to the planet. I've gone to the planet. When did they get down here? I really just died to a head crab. Let's do that and this. Okay. There we go. Just push back a little bit and then to the side. That way, and then... Boop, 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 boop. Come on, move! There we go. I meant to have this one, and then this one. There we go. Actually, yeah, what if I just... Then I can just deal with them from up here. Problem solved. And... Was there anything in these? I can't actually remember. I don't think there was. It didn't die from that? Yeah, coolant pump. Which lets them down. Good, good. And I guess we can go down. I use these. Please don't want to be here. Okay, good. Not good. Leslie, thank you. Okay. Well, at least my sneezing didn't cause me to die. Which is good. How am I getting up there? Oh, I know what I gotta do. There we go. Okay. Now we write this down. Okay, push that in. Enough. Let's move to the side. There we go. Line them up a little bit better. Oh, they're stuck together, so... Seems like that's gonna have to be how it is. I guess I could do a line. Do I want to push it all that way a little bit, maybe? Well, it seems like that's probably the best I'm gonna get. If that's what I'm doing. I'm assuming that's what I'm doing. And I don't want to be down here. Already grabbed everything from that. Yep. Okay. Now we want to come in here, turn the coolant back on. And let's see, how is that? I think I can make that jump. I say now, but we'll see if I actually can. I mean, it's not that far. Yeah. Game. You didn't tell me there would be them. Well, I just jumped in the coolant. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Well, the walkway didn't work anyway, so... Okay, now you... Okay, there we go. Now... Okay, made it. Where did I come this way for? Oh, probably have to hit the button to open the damn door. Didn't think about that. Okay, now I think I'm gonna have to go back to this one. And this one. Okay. Let me in. I'm gonna get some health. That seems good. Damn it. I lost my surprise. Ow, ow, ow. Push this. Right. Quickly grab that. God, what am I? How can a shot from the shotgun not actually take one? Hey, buddy. Did it work? I mean, I know I don't get hurt. Okay. That worked. I don't know how I'm doing these, but how I'm getting through, but I mean, I'm getting through. And I think that's the most important thing. Okay, Unit 1 on. Unit 2 on. Power. I don't know if I need to do anything with that, but... On. Yeah, they're doing things. Okay, the power meter's going up. Ow. Ow. That was the only way I could have gotten through, I think. Okay, now I'm gonna save again. Okay. Now that thing's on. So... Forgot I didn't deal with you. Just gonna leave you alone. Okay. Or not. Oh, where am I? Huh. Oh, here. Okay. Okay, well, run. Dodge and wave. Dodge and wave. Okay, now we go this way. Through here. Which I should be able to get up there now, maybe. Right, is this gonna open? No. Let me see if I've done what I needed. Let me see if more power has helped. Because they said they didn't have enough power. So what if I just give them more power instead of getting a power thing? Does that work? So have I solved the problem?
You're all right, Mr. Calhoun.
I am.
We really need another power cell if we expect to get out of
Okay, no, I need a power cell.
You don't have to go back down there.
Okay, I know.
It's fully charged. We're all depending on you.
How am I gonna get into that room though? Because I know where the power thing is, or the power core thingy. Also, were you planning to get the people that were in that room out? Because if you were, they're dead. So, should I not be able to use one of the power that they were going to use? Just saying. Because if you're planning on helping that person get out, he's still alive. Let me go through. Okay. I think I might have missed something. I mean, the power meter's high. What could I have missed? Okay. No, stop. Okay. Whoa. He's dead. Maybe this is what I gotta do? I mean... It's... Okay, yep, this is where I gotta go. Okay, made it across. Now we save game. Save. Oh, I just had to get on the other side of this. I see.
Hoping you'd show up. You have to get this power cell charged and back up to Dr. Rosenberg.
Noted.
I know, but I'm hurt pretty bad. You can probably push the power cell through the fence into the charging station behind me.
Through the
See if
fence.
I can get out of the way.
I was gonna say, yeah, I can't. I can't move it. Thank you, sir. I like. At least he was. His intentions were good. I mean, he got up and out of the way. I can't feel bad that he fell over though. Okay, so push this to the side. Push it over. Push it into here. There we go. Now we put it. Now that it's in the toaster, we close it up. Wait for it to toast a little bit. Getting close, actually. Yes, I'm getting close. That's good. I'll at least still be able to do it all in this one stream. Okay. Actually, no. I say how I'm gonna get it out of here, but I don't want to do that. I wanted to do that. There we go. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want it stuck against the wall. This is... How do I do it without it? Okay. Yes, it wasn't enough though. There we go. Okay. I should have finish in 20-ish minutes, not knowing what to do. Okay. That sounds good to me. Because I'm not going to leave, like, I guess 20 minutes just for the next stream. Because the next stream we'll be doing the other one. Which will be tomorrow. Which is the other one about the same length or longer? Okay, well that's up, so... Let's go. Oh, I didn't actually take damage. Let's go. Opposing force is longer. Okay, so I guess I'll probably have to do that one in 2 streams then. So I think I'll probably have to do that one tomorrow and Friday. Yeah, because tomorrow's Thursday.
You did it. We've
I
already
did.
begun preparing the device with the fresh power cell you sent up. This time, however, the process is going to be a bit more complex, so I'll need you to help me in the main room.
Okay.
Let's hurry. There's no time to waste.
I'll beat you there. I'm gonna beat you there. I win, you lose. I beat you here. Okay, what do you want? What do you need me to do? Like 4 to 5 hours?
All right.
Okay.
I'll stay down here to monitor the system levels and direct the procedure. I need you to climb up to the control room and activate the main power. Once the process has started, you'll also need to release the damping locks each time the system has charged in order to open the displacement field.
You're telling me words that I don't understand.
The process is simple, and I'll let you know when you need to do something.
Okay. I'm gonna save just in case I can mess up. Because knowing me, I will. Okay, what are we gonna do?
What are you waiting for, Calhoun? Get up to the control room and locate the main power switch.
I was up here. What do you mean?
Very good. Stand by, Calhoun. Once the system is initialized, it'll take a few moments for the interpolating resonance coils to achieve focus.
Yes. So who's going out first? If this is the way out.
The primary coolant line has been ruptured. Calhoun, go to the valve located on the catwalk and release the pressure.
I got this.
Before the system overheats.
I got it. Don't worry.
Good. Now keep turning the crank until the pressure level reaches normal.
Look, let me turn it. It's broken. Never mind, it's not. Oh, good. And normal. Okay.
Good work, Calhoun.
I know I'm that good.
The system has stable systems and the main capacitors are charging. When the main charge meter reaches full, I'll need you to open the displacement field from the control room.
Right. Which thing is? How do you know when it's full?
We're almost there.
I guess he's the first one going through.
Charge. Throw the switch located at the window of the control room.
The button? He said switch. This is the button, but...
Field is open. Go now, Walter.
Go, Walter, go!
Very good, Calhoun. I'll begin charging the system for the next teleport event.
That wasn't too bad. Ba, 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 ba. I hear them.
Almost there. All right, we've reached full charge again. Open the field, Calhoun. You must go now, Simmons.
I know they're gonna come through here. I feel it. I just know.
I'm going to go through next, but don't worry, Mr. Calhoun. I've set the system to automatically start the charging sequence once I've made it through. Just wait for the levels to reach full again and open the field like you've been doing.
Sounds good. Enemies are definitely gonna show up when I have to go. Foxtrot doesn't sound good.
All right, it's ready.
Is that them banging on this door?
Mr. Calhoun, I'll see you on the other side.
I love you, Dr. Simmons, I think it was. I can't remember. Oh god. It's not going to charge in time. I'm going to really just save, because I know I'm going to probably blow myself up. Why did he run past me? Okay, quick. I swear, if this sends me back to that planet. I didn't know there were people down there. Oh, that time my plan actually worked. How'd they even get in here? Oh, that's why there weren't people down there earlier. Why I didn't notice them down there. Because they weren't down there. Come on, please work. Please. Send me to, like, a Hawaiian beach.
There he is. Calhoun, you've arrived.
Oh, here works. That works too.
Through right away. We thought that oh no, there's something wrong here. Simmons, come look at Calhoun.
Why
His body seems to be in some sort of
Why am I green?
displacement.
I said you better not send me back to this place. And what do? You send me back to this place. Of course. What? Why is it paused? The game crashed. At least I put a save there. Maybe it's because I saved. I don't know. Anyway, load game. Load. Oh, it's sent. Wait, no, let me double check. Yeah, okay, it sent me back to here. That's fine. I thought I would have put an automatic save there, but I feel like I could just save just in case. You never know. I don't know, press the button. I thought I did. Where is he? Oh, over there. No, I'm just gonna go through.
There
Now
he
save.
is.
There we go.
Calhoun, you've arrived. When you didn't come through right away, we thought that the... Oh no, there's something wrong here. Simmons,
You should probably try,
look at Calhoun.
you know,
His body
using the
seems-
crowbar instead of how it's meant. Actually, no, I guess crowbars can be used as like smacking, but you know what I mean. Okay, well, I guess I have to whoop and whoop.
Topside for questioning. What the hell for? We got him. Let's kill him now. And if they find the body? Body? What body?
Oh, I remember this. Oh, I am back.
Oh, thank God you
Oh, and I'm not glowing green, so I think I'm all good.
Malfunction occurred at the last moment, and you might have been caught in an infinite harmonic reflux.
That would have been
If
horrible.
that's the case, then you're lucky to be standing here. Then again, we're all lucky. Thanks to you, however, we were actually able to pull off this
All
half-brained
me.
idea. We made it, Mr. Calhoun. We made it.
Safety. I quit. Never coming back. Gearbox is... Oh, they're saying because Gearbox, I guess, worked with it. Well, there you go. That's one DLC down. One more to go. And then what I'm playing after this, I don't know yet. I think it also depends when my PC gets, or when the rest of my parts for my PC get here. So I'll probably have to take a day or two to set that up. Probably 3 days. One day building it, one... Actually, probably maybe two. One building it, and getting everything on, and stuff. And then another to download everything. And I don't know. Probably something like that. That probably won't be till like sometime next week or the week after. So, I mean, I'll find a game to play between then. But yeah, I guess tomorrow and Friday, I will be doing Opposing Force. Oh my god, I remember the name for once. Yeah, so Opposing Forces, that's the military, right? You know, I don't want to be the military. They seem like the bad guys. I don't want to be on their side. But I guess we get to see their side of it. Maybe they had a reason. Yeah, I don't trust them. But yeah, I guess that's it. Let me quickly check something real quick. Boom, boom. Okay. Yeah, I guess I hope you did enjoy, whether you were here from the start, halfway through, or just joined. Also, how long was I going for? 4 hours. Well, 4 hours and 11 minutes. That's a while. But yeah, I hope you did enjoy the stream, whether you're here from the start, halfway through, or just joined. If you did enjoy, please do think about following. And yeah, everyone enjoys their day, night, morning, afternoon, or whatever time it is for you. Oh, so many words. So yeah, I guess tomorrow we'll start the next one. Finish it on Friday, and then move on to something. So yeah, I hope to see you in the next stream. See ya.